Hello friends, today we are going to design an e-commerce application using Next.js. On the home page, there are some featured products. We can change the category, product color, and the product size. And when we add them to cart, we'll update the number on the cart icon using a state management tool. Let's see the list page. Again, we can change the category. And here, there are some sorting options. We'll store all these filters in the URL, and in the next tutorial, we'll refetch the data based on these values. On the single product page, we can change the types and also increase the quantity. Let's add it to cart and see our cart page. All the products are here, the total price, we can remove them. And here we have some steps. If I click here, the shipping form shows up. We'll validate the inputs. Let's see the next step. Here we can enter the cart information and complete the order. And finally, we'll design an admin panel for the e-commerce application. It's gonna be easy because we'll be using the admin panel that we designed in the Shadcyan tutorial. If you didn't watch that video, the link will be in the description. Of course, we'll make some changes. We'll add the users page, products page. We'll create form components for the orders, users, categories, and products. We can add the sizes. And for each color, we need to upload a new product image. And remember, this is just the design part. In the next video, we'll create the backend, connect to our design, and complete the project. So let me know in the comments what technologies you want to see in the next tutorial. I'll read them and start creating the next tutorial. If you want to see more projects like this one, you can like the video. If you are ready, let's get started. Okay, if you opened your code editor, let's create a folder called Client. And in this folder, we'll install our Next.js application. You can directly install it using npx create next app command, but I recommend you use my GitHub repository. The link will be in the description. As you can see, there's a starter branch here, and it includes all the images and assets that we are going to be using during this tutorial. And also I removed all the unnecessary HTML and style codes. As you can see, it's an empty project and we are going to create everything from scratch. Also, by using this repository, you will be able to use exactly the same library versions. So you are not going to encounter any problem caused by the Next.js version. And as always, this project is open source. You can use it anywhere you want. It's completely free. The only thing I want from you is give a star for this project. Okay, if you want to directly clone this project, but if you want to use your own repository and track your code progress, you can fork this project. Just click fork. This is my test account, and it's gonna create a new repo. And you'll be able to clone this project from your own repository. So when you make any changes, you can send it to your own repository. Okay, after doing that, just copy your URL. Of course, I'm gonna be using my main account. I will copy, and in the terminal, firstly, I'll go inside my folder, client folder, and I'll be using git clone. I'll paste my URL and I'll install everything inside this folder. So I will say dot and enter. Let's see. And they are here. As you realize, I'm using pnpm package manager. If you want to, you can use different options like npm, yarn, but in my opinion, pnpm is much faster. I highly recommend you use it. After doing that, you can use pnpm and install. And it's gonna install all the libraries. As you can see, Module files are here, and we can start our application. pm run dev. Okay, let's try. And it's here. So let's start designing our application. Let's see our example here. This is our homepage. We can quickly create our footer and this navbar. But before, let's give a space for the responsive design. If I open my console, let's shrink our page. As you can see, this is the mobile version. But for the bigger screens, as you can see, we are going to add some spaces on the left and right. And for the desktop, the main size of the content will be this big. So let's open our application, give a background color for this text. I can close here. Inside the source folder and page tsx, I'm going to give here a background color for now. And for each screen type, we are going to give different sizes. Let's open our layout. And I'm going to wrap these children with a container and change the size of this container. Firstly, I'm going to center everything and I'm going to give some padding. And for the small screen, the maximum width will be X large. Let me close this menu. And when you hover over, you are going to see the size of our container. Let's see. Okay, for the small screen, this is going to be the maximum width. Let's add some more. After the MD screen, it's going to be 2x large. For the LG screen, 3x large. And finally, for the X large screen, it's going to be 6x large. Let's open our console again. This is the mobile version. After the medium screen, we are going to have more space and the others. Okay, right now we can create our first components. This navbar and the footer. And between them, we are going to see our homepage content. Let's open our menu. And inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new folder. Let's say components. And inside navbar.tsx, I'm going to create my component, footer. By the way, I'm going to add all these shortcuts to the video description so you can see all my snippets. Okay. So let's use this navbar and footer in the layout. So before these children, we are going to see the navbar. And after the children, it's going to be the footer. They are coming from components folder. So even if we change the pages, we are going to keep seeing these two components. This is why we are writing them inside the layout. Okay. I'm going to close the menu and let's take care of the navbar. As you can see, we have two sections. On the left, we are going to have the logo, and on the right, we are going to have the search bar, 3 icons here, and the sign-in link. Let's create. I will say left, right. I'm going to create a Next.js link. And inside, we are going to add our logo using Next.js image. And the source will be logo.png. Let me check. Inside the public folder, it's here. Let's use it. I'm going to give a description, the name of the website. I'm going to give the sizes, and they are going to be 36. I can give a class name. Actually, for the mobile version, we can make it smaller. And if the screen is bigger, they are gonna be 9. Let's add here our address, which is gonna be the home page. Whenever we click our logo, it's gonna open the home page. After this image, I'm gonna add a p tag and the website name. I'm gonna add a class name. Text will be MD. Font will be medium. Let's see first. By the way, our HTML tag will be Navbar. Okay, they are not horizontal. Let's give a flex box here for the link. I'll say flex item center. Okay. If you want to, you can give a space between each letter. To do that, I'm going to be using tracking, and it's going to be wider. Basically, it's going to add letter spacing, just like that. What about this right side? I'm going to create here a div, and let's say right for now. And as you can see, they are vertical. Let's separate them using flexbox again. So for the container, firstly, I will say with full flex item center, and justify content will be space between. Okay, I can also give a border here. As you can see, there's a border and also there's a padding here. So I will say border bottom, and the border color will be gray 200. Let's give a padding. Okay, awesome. Let's get rid of this background color here. We don't need this anymore. Okay, right now we can take care of the search bar. So let's create a new component. And it's gonna be search bar. And inside this search bar, we are gonna have two items. The first one will be this icon, and the second one will be this input. But there is something important here. As you can see, for the small screen, it's not visible. But if I make this screen bigger, it's gonna be visible. And also for the small screens, we don't have the text here. It's gonna be visible after the MD screen. So I will come back for the navbar. At the beginning, our text will be hidden, but after the MD screen, it's gonna be block. Okay, let's add our search bar on the right side. Search bar component. Okay, let's add our icon. You can use different libraries, or you can even use PNG files, but for this tutorial, I'm going to be using Lucid icons. If you visit lucid.dev, you can see that there are tons of different icons. Let's search for search icon, and we are going to be using this one. But before, of course, we have to install Lucid React. Installation, pnpm install Lucid. I will open my terminal, create a new one. Let's make this smaller and paste it here. After that, we can directly copy this JSX version and paste it here. Let's import. As you can see, that comes from Lucid. Okay, there is something wrong here. Because our library is not Lucid, it has to be Lucid React. I'm gonna remove this and install Lucid React. Let's see the documentation again. As you can see, for the React applications, we are going to be using this library, and for the other frameworks and libraries. Okay. So let's change here, Lucid React, and there is no problem. Let's close this terminal, and after this search icon, I'm going to create an input. Actually, let's self-close this. Let's give an ID, search. I'm gonna give a placeholder, search, and the class name. Firstly, the text will be small, and I'm gonna get rid of the outline. Let's close here. Okay. Right now, I'm gonna make this icon smaller, and I'm gonna give flex spikes for the container. So they are gonna be horizontal. Let's come here, class name, width and height will be 4. I'm also gonna change the text color. Let's say gray 500. And remember, at the beginning, it's gonna be hidden. After the small screen, it's gonna be flex spikes. Let's center our items vertically. Give a gap between them. I'm gonna give a border radius using rounded and let's say empty. Let's give a border using ring and its color will be gray 200. Okay, let me zoom in. We can give some space. For the left and right, it's gonna be 2, and for the top and bottom will be 1. Okay, we can also give a shadow effect. Let's say MD again. Okay. And after this component, we can add our icons. I can close here. And after the search bar, I'm gonna create a link. When we click here, it's gonna visit the home page. And the first icon will be home. Okay, let's add 2 more. This is gonna be bell. And 1 more, and it's gonna be shopping cart or bag. Let's see. Okay, awesome. It can stay. And of course, I'm gonna change their styles. They are too big, so I'm gonna give a class name, width and height, and the text will be gray. Let's do the same thing for the others. Here and here. And let's give a space between them. Firstly, they are gonna be horizontal, item center, and gap between each item will be 6. Just like that. We can add here 1 more item, and it's gonna be a link, and let's say sign in. For now, we don't have the sign in page. Let's say login. We are gonna create this later. Okay. So we finished our navbar. Right now we can create our footer. Let's see. At the beginning, all these items will be vertical. But at this point, they are going to be horizontal. It's really easy. We are just going to have 4 sections. And they all are going to be links. And for the left side, we are going to have our logo. Let's open our example. Let's close here and open the footer component and give a style for the container. Firstly, I'm going to give here a space. At the beginning, it's going to be vertical. All items will be centered. But if it's MD, the flex will be row. So they are going to be horizontal. And also, items are not going to be centered anymore. They are going to start from the beginning. Let's give our background. It's going to be gray, 800. I'm going to give some padding and rounded. Let's see. Okay, we are going to change this text color. But before, let's create our sections. In the first section, we are going to have a link. Again, we are going to add the logo and the website name. Actually, it's going to be exactly the same. I can copy here and paste. Let's import image from Next.js image. Actually, we don't need here. And after this logo, I'm going to create a p tag. And we are going to need these 2 texts. Let's copy them. The first one and the second one. Let's change the class names. Text will be small, and the text color will be gray 400. Okay, let's give a space between them, and its color will be white. So for the container, I will say flex column. Gap between each item will be 4. They are gonna be centered. But for the MD screen, items will be start. I'm doing this because remember, when they are vertical, all these items are centered and these links. But for the bigger screens, they are gonna start from the beginning. They are not centered anymore. Okay, let's create the other ones. After this div, I'm gonna create a new one. Again, flex column, gap between each item, text will be small. Let's change the color. They are gonna be gray 400. Again, items will be center, but for the MD screen, items will be start. And inside, I'm gonna create a p tag. Let's say links, and each link here. Actually, I can directly copy and paste them. I don't want to waste your time. But remember, its color is different. Text will be small. And the color will be amber 50. Let's see. Okay. Let's create 2 more. I'll just duplicate this, just like that. And let's separate them. For the parent container, when they are horizontal, I'll say justify between. Okay. And also I can give space between them. I'll say gap 8, but when they are horizontal, I'm gonna delete that. Gap will be 0. Okay. You can change the links. Let's see here. Again, I'm just gonna copy and paste them. Let's get rid of here and here. And I'll paste my links. It's not important. You can give any link you want. We are not gonna create all these pages. Okay, awesome. Our main layout is ready. Right now we can take care of our homepage. For the homepage, if you want to, you can create here a slider, but I'm just gonna add this basic image. It's not the important part. The important part is the products. I just wanted to add this to make this a little bit fancier. So I'm gonna come here, close the footer, and inside the homepage, I'm gonna create a div. And inside this div, we are gonna have the image. The source will be featured.png, featured product. You can give any width and height, but for the responsive design, I'm gonna give size for the container. Let's check our example. Basically, our image is gonna fit inside the container. Doesn't matter how small or big it is. Okay. I'll say fill, but be careful if you are using fill, you have to give a size for the parent. And its position shouldn't be static, so you can give here relative. You can give a specific size, but I'm gonna be using aspect ratio. We are not gonna be using any of this. So we can create our custom size, and it's gonna be 3 to 1. Basically, the height will be 3 times smaller than the width. And also, I'm gonna give here a margin bottom, just like that. Okay, awesome. What about the product list? Let's create a component. I'll open my menu. Inside the components, I'll say product list. I'll create my component. Basically, after implementing our database, we are going to fetch all our products here. But for now, for the design purpose, we are going to be using a temporary data here. For now, let's say products, and I'm going to paste my data. You can find it in the GitHub repository. Basically, for each product, we are going to have the ID, name, descriptions, price. We can give different sizes and colors, and using these colors, we'll be able to show different images. Let's see our example. As you can see, sizes are here, and when we change the colors, as you can see, images are changing. Okay. If you want to, you can create here a type. Let's open our menu here. Let's directly write here types. I will say export type, product type. We are going to add here ID. It can be string or number depending on your database. So we can use both of them. We are going to have the title or name, short description is going to be a string. The long description will have a price. It's going to be a number. Sizes, remember, it's going to be an array, but it's going to only include the strings. The colors will be the same. And finally, images. If you remember, it's an object, and inside this object, we are going to have the string keys and the string values. So I will say record, and inside string and string. Okay, this is our product type. Let's add this here. Product type from types. Of course, it should be an array. If you want to, you can add it here, or if you want to, we can create one more type, and let's say product list type or products type. And it's going to be the array of product type. Okay, I'm going to save and change here. So we can use them. Let's close here, and I'll say with full. And inside the product list, firstly, we are going to have our categories, this part, and after our product cards. But we are not going to define them here because it's going to be an async function. We are going to fetch our data here. After that, we'll create two more components, and it's going to be our categories. As you can see, this is interactive. We can click and change our search params. And also, these cards will be interactive also because we'll be able to choose the sizes or the colors. And according to colors, we are going to change the images. And also, we'll have here the interactive button. Basically, it's going to be a client component. But as I said, since we are fetching the data, we should use a server component first. And after, to show them, we are going to be using client components. So let's say product cards. I will create my component, and its type will be client component. So I will say use client. I'll do the same thing for the categories. Okay, let's use them here. Firstly, we are going to add the categories. And after that, let's create here a container, because for each screen type, we are going to show different number of items. Let me show you what I mean. For the small screen, we are just gonna have here one item, two items, three items, and for the biggest screen, we are gonna have four items. To do that, we can use a grid system. I'll say grid. At the beginning, we are gonna have only one column. After the small screen, we are gonna have two items, columns 2. For the X large, we are gonna see 3 items. For the 2X large, it's gonna be 4 items. And I'm gonna give a space between each item. Let me close this menu, and inside, we are gonna map through our products. I'll say map, and for each product inside the array, we are gonna return our product card component. If you are using map, you should pass here a unique key. Remember, we have the IDs. We can use the product ID. And we are going to pass the product to our component. Product will be product. There is a warning here because we don't have the prop yet. Let's come here. And basically, we are going to say, we are going to get the product from the parent. And its type will be product type. And using all the fields here, we are going to show the details. I'm going to save. Okay, there is nothing here because in the home page, we didn't add our product list. Okay, as you can see, we have 8 items. Before the cards, let's take care of the categories. As I said, when we click on any of these items, we are going to change the search params here. And if this value equals this value, the background will be white. And for the small screens, we are going to have 2 columns, 3 columns, 4, and it's going to be completely horizontal. Let's do that. Let's open our categories. Before doing anything, I'm just going to add here my dummy data. Again, you can find it in the GitHub repository. Basically, for each category, we are going to have the name, slug, and we are going to have some icons from Lucid React. Of course, you can add more items, or you can delete any of them, but we are just designing. It's not important for now. Later, we are going to fetch them from the database. Okay, firstly, I'm going to come here and I'll say grid. Grid columns is going to be 2. For the small screen, let me actually copy here. It's going to be easier. It's going to be 3. MD is going to be 4. LG 6, and X large is going to be 8. If you want to, you can use flags and flag swap. But if you do that for the small screens, you are going to see some unnecessary spaces between the items. But if you use the grid system, it's going to look much better. Okay, let's come back. Take this back. I'm going to give a gap between each item. Change the background color. It's going to be gray. Let's say 100. I'm going to give some padding. Border radius is going to be LG. And let's give a space here. Margin bottom is going to be 4. And the text will be small. Right now, for each item inside this categories array, we are going to create a div. Categories.map. For each category, we are going to return a div. Let's quickly give here a unique key. And it's going to be category dot, let's say, name. They all are unique. And here, we are going to add the category icon. Remember, we have the icon here. We can directly use it. And we can use this name. Okay, let's separate them. For the parent div, I'm going to give a flexbox, item center, justify center, gap between each item. We can click so we can see our cursor. For the left and right, it's going to be 2 padding. For the top and bottom, it's going to be 1. Let's give a rounded effect. It's going to be empty. And awesome. Let's check our responsiveness. Okay, perfect. So right now we can add the interaction. When we click our items, we are going to change the search params. To do that, we are going to be using some hooks. And the first one will be use search param hook. Search params from use search params. That comes from next navigation. And let's see what we have inside. I'm going to open my console. And as you can see, we don't have anything inside because we don't have any search params. But if I say category, for example, and test, and right now we have one item. And using the get method, we can reach this value. To do that, let's say const selected category search params.get, and I'm going to write here the key, and it's going to be cat or category. Let's see, selected category. Let's change here. And perfect. Whatever you write here will be inside the selected category. Right now we can compare this value and these values. If they are equal, we can change the background color. So I'm going to be using a backtick here. And curly braces. And I'll say if the category slug equals selected category, the background will be white. If not, the text will be gray 500. So if I write here shoes, for example, as you can see, this is white. And the color is black, the others are gray. Okay, but how we are going to change our search param here? It's really easy. We are going to be using Next.js router. Use router hook and make sure that you are installing this from Next navigation, not router. We are using Next.js app router, so it should come from Next.js navigation. Let me close this, by the way, so we can see better. And using this router, we can change the search params. So let's create here onClick event. Let's say handle change. And of course, we are going to pass here our category slug. Let's create here our function const handle change. We are going to get the value, which is a string or null. Because for the all, we are not going to pass anything. Or if you want to, you can pass all. Doesn't matter. And using router and its push method, we can add here category and our value. Of course, we are using JavaScript here. Just like that. But in our example, we are also going to use exactly the same categories in the products page. Let's click here. As you can see, it's here. And we can also change the category in this page. But as you realize, we are not touching this path name. We are just changing these search params. So instead of using directly here the home path and the category, First, we can get the path name and pass it here. What I mean by that? I'll say path name, use path name again from Next.js navigation. Basically, it's going to give us this path name, products page or the home page, and we can use it here. But there is one more thing here. In the products page, we also have here some filter options. Our category is t-shirts, but if I choose any filter here, it's not going to delete the category here. Or if I change the category, it's not going to delete this filter. It's just going to change this category params. So again, this is not a good idea. What we should do is we should create a new URL search params, const params, new URL search params, and we are going to pass our search params here. So it's going to collect all the params like category, sort, or whatever it might be. But we are just going to change this part. To do that, we are going to be using the set method, params.set. The category will be this new value. If it doesn't exist, it's going to be all. And right now, we can delete here and add here our params. And we are going to transform this into a string. Okay. Right now, we can change the category. And also, we are not going to touch the other search params. Let's test. I will say test 1, 2, 3, enter. And if I click here, as you can see, it's still here. This is what we want. And also, I'm going to show you one more thing. If we scroll our page, right now our navbar is not visible. And when I change the category, as you can see, it's not scrolling up. To do that, I'm going to come here and I'll say scroll, and it's going to be false. So it's not going to scroll to top of the website. Okay, awesome. This is how we are handling search params. After learning this part will be much easier for you. I'm going to open the home page, open my application, and now we can take care of the product cards. I'm going to close everything here and open my cart component. Let's give a shadow here. It's going to be large, and the rounded will be LG. I'm also going to give here overflow hidden, because since our div is rounded, the image can overflow. To prevent this, to keep this border radius, we are going to write overflow hidden. Right now, I'm going to create a container for the image, and it's going to be a link, because when we click this link, it's going to open our product. Let's give our link here, products, and the product ID. We can add our image, but before, let's create a container, because for the image, I'm going to be using fill, Next.js image. Source will be our product image, but remember, we are going to change this image according to the product color. So firstly, we have to choose it. For now, let's use the first image. I'll say product, images, and let's remember our type again. I'll open the list. And inside the images object, we have the color keys. So let's use the first item inside the colors, product.colors, and the first item. I'm going to add the description, product name, I'll give fill. And for the class name, object will be cover. Of course, we didn't give any size for the parent here. Remember, if you are using fill, the parent should be relative. And again, I'm going to be using aspect here, the width and the height. Okay, awesome. And when we hover over, I want to see a bigger image. Just like that, we are going to see this effect. So I will say, if hover, scale will be 105. It's going to be 105% bigger. Also, we can give our transition effect. And the duration of this effect will be 300 milliseconds. Okay. What about the product details? Let's see. Firstly, we are going to have the title, the short description, and we are going to add here our size and color options, and finally, the price and this button. Let's say image, and here is going to be product detail. Let's create a div. I'll say flex column because they are going to be vertical, gap between each item, and also I'm going to give a padding inside. Let's add our name, product.name. Font will be bigger, let's say medium. Okay. After we can add our short description. To do that, I'll use a p tag, product.short description, but its size will be smaller. So let's say text small, and its color will be gray, 500. After that, we can create our sizes and the colors. Let's say product types. I'll create a parent. And inside we'll have the size and the color. Let's say colors and sizes. Let's separate those items. Flags, item center, gap between sizes and the colors will be 4, and the text will be XML. For the sizes, we are going to be using this select input. Firstly, we are going to add this title and after this select. So let's create a span, and remember they are vertical, so we can use here flex column, and gap between items will be 1. Let's say size. I'm going to change its color, again gray. And after that, we can create a select. Its name will be size. And inside, we are going to map through all these sizes using option element. So I will say product.sizes.map, and for each size, we are going to return an option. The value will be size, and the text will be size. Okay, maybe they can be uppercased. Okay, better. Maybe we can change the size of this select item. So I'm going to give a class name. I'm going to give a ring. Its color will be gray, 300. It's going to be rounded MD. For the left and right, for the top and bottom, we are going to have some paddings. Okay, awesome. Let's do the same thing for the colors, but instead of select, we are going to create some circles here, and when we select them, we are going to add here a ring, this border. Let's do that. Again, flex column, and gap will be 1. The The first one will be the title, which is color. It's going to be exactly the same color. And after that, I'm going to create a div. It's going to include all our colors, and they are going to be horizontal. Let's say item center, and gap between each color will be 2. Let's use a map, product.colors.map, and for each color, we are going to return a div. By the way, since we are using a map here, we should also give a unique key. It's going to be size. I will do the same thing here. The key will be color. Basically, this div will include our border here. So inside this div, let's add our color. So I will create another div. It can be self-closed because we are not going to have anything inside. We are just going to change the background color. I'm going to give some width and height. Let's say 14 pixels. And the rounded will be full. Let's add our background color using inner style. And the background color will be the color. Okay. For now, we don't have any border, but we are going to take care of this. But before, let's add this price and this button. So after the colors and our types, I'm going to add price and add to cart. I'm going to create a div, flags item center, and justify between. So we are going to separate them. And for the price, we are going to be using a p tag. Let's say product.price. If I do that, it's not going to show these 2 digits. Let's see. As you can see, there is only 1. To prevent this, I'll say to fixed. It's going to be 2. Okay, awesome. Let's add here a $sign and change the style. And the font will be medium. After, we can add our button, add to cart. I'm going to give a ring gray. Let's remember again, as you can see, there's a padding inside, and when we hover over, its background will be black and the text will be white. We can also add a shadow. Let's say LG, rounded will be MD. I'm going to give my paddings. Text will be small and cursor pointer. And when we hover over, the text will be white. One more, and it's going to be background color. It's going to be black. We can also give a transition effect. Transition all. And the duration of this animation will be 300 milliseconds. Okay, we can also add here our shopping icon. Before this text, I'll say shopping, this icon, shopping cart. So let's separate them. I'll say flags, item center, and gap between the icon and the text will be 2. Okay. This icon is too big. I'm going to add my sizes. Let's say 4. Okay, much better. So what about this interaction? When we click this button, we are going to send our product to the cart, but also we should choose the selected size and the selected color. To do that, we should store them first. Since we are using a client component, we can use useState hook. I'll say const product types, set product types, useState hook that comes from React, and it's gonna be the color and the size. At the beginning, we are gonna be using the default values, which are the first size and the first color. So let's say product dot sizes and the first item, product dot colors and the first item. Colors. Okay, right now when we click any color here, or when we select any size, we should change our state. Let's create a function here, handle product type. Firstly, we are going to get the type, it's going to be size or color, and its value. Let's write our type here. It's going to be size or color, and the value will be string. Let's use it for the select. I'll say on change event, handle product type, and we are going to pass here the type, which is going to be the size, and the value will be whatever inside this option. So I'll say value, event, target, and value. Let's do the same thing for the colors. I'll say on click event, when we click, we are going to call our function. This time its type will be color, and its value will be this color. Okay, right now we have the values. We can set our state. So I'll say set product types. We are going to get the previous values, get everything inside the previous values, and the type will be the value. We are keeping the previous values because if we choose this purple color, for example, and when we change the size, we shouldn't touch the color. It still should be the purple color. So it's going to keep the color and only change the size. And the same thing applies for the color. If we choose any size here, and when we change the color, it's not going to change the size. Okay, right now when we change the color, we can also add a border for the color div. So I'm going to come here. Firstly, I will say cursor pointer. I'm going to give a border and write my condition. I'll say if the product types dot color equals this color, the border color will be gray 400. If not, it's going to be border gray 200. Let's see. Okay, it's here. Of course, it should be rounded full, and we can give here some space. Rounded full. And the padding will be, if I say 1, it's going to be too big. So I'm going to say 1.2 pixels. Okay, awesome. We can change the size and the color. Right now, using this color, we can change our image. Let's find our image here. And instead of using the first image of the product, I'll say product types dot color. And right now, as you can see, it's purple, green, and gray. Okay, perfect. We are going to handle this cart functionality, but before, let's take care of the product list page. Under all these products, we can add a link here, and when we click that link, it's going to open the products page. I'm gonna come here. After the product list, I'm gonna add a link, view all products, href, and it's gonna be the products page, but I want to also get the category name. When we choose any category, we are gonna send it to the products page. Of course, in this page, we need that category first. So I will say category. Its type will be string, and we are gonna pass it here. So I will say if there is a category, products, the category will be category. If we don't have any category, that means we are listing all products, so we can directly open the products page. Let's give a class name. I will say flex, and justify will be and, because I want to see this on the right side. Let's give a padding here, or margin. Let's say 4. I'm gonna add underline, and the text will be small. Maybe text color, gray 500. Okay, if I hover over, as you can see on the left bottom, we don't have any category because we are not passing anything. So let's open our home page, category, and we are gonna need the category search param. If you are using Next.js page, you can directly get the search params like that. Search params. And its type will be a promise. And we are gonna write what we exactly want to fetch. And it's gonna be category. And its type is a string. Let's get this category. Since it's a promise, I will say await, search params, and the category. And remember, this is a server component, so I'm gonna say async, and we can pass it here. Remember, if you are using a client component, you can get the search params using this hook. But if you are using Next.js pages, you can directly fetch them using search params. Okay, right now we can change the category. And if I click here, as you can see, category is here. So let's create our page. Inside the app directory, I'm gonna create my folder, products, page.tsx. Products page. Again, we can call our product list component. And again, we are gonna need the category. We are gonna do exactly the same thing here. Let's copy here and paste and pass our category. Okay, it's here. Let's see our example. By the way, there is something wrong with the size. This is bigger. Let's check our layout. I will close this menu. We have a padding here. But after the small screen, I can delete this padding on the left and right, because we already have a space here. Okay, right now they start at the same point. And now we can add this filter. We are gonna have some options, and using these options, we are gonna update the params. But remember, we don't have this filter on the home page, so we have to know which page we are on. Let's close here. And for the product list, we can get one more prop here, and it's gonna be params. It can be either the home page or the products page. Let's pass it here. This is our home page. And this is our products page. Okay. Right now we can write a condition here. After this category, I'll say if the params equals products, show here the filter. To do that, we are going to create a client component because there is an interaction, and I'll say filter. It's going to be a client component. I'll close this menu, and again, we are going to need our hooks. Just like that. I'm going to copy this and paste here. Let's import them. They all come from Next navigation. And let's write here our filters. Firstly, I'm going to write a title, sort by, and I'm going to create a select. And inside my options, the first one will be newest. Oldest. Price low to high. And high to low. Let's change the values. It's going to be descending. And the others. Didn't I change here? Okay, let's change. And let's call our component here, filter. I'm going to close here. That comes from the filter component. Let's see our application, and it's here. Let's change the style. Firstly, it's going to be on the right side. Flex item center, and justify will be end. Gap between the title and the options will be 2. Text will be small, and the text color. Okay, I can give a space here. And for the select, I'm going to use a ring. Change its color. Let's give a shadow. It's going to be empty. I'm going to give some padding. And let's give a border radius. Let me zoom in. And that will be small. Okay. Right now, when we change our filter, we'll also change our URL. Remember how we are doing this. We create a new URL search params. We set a new key and a value. And finally, push that URL using Next.js router. Handle change, or let's say filter. Here is going to be sort. We don't need this because it's not going to be null. Okay, let's write our onChange event. Whenever we change our option, we are going to call this function handle filter, and we are going to pass here event, target, and value. Let's see. Our category is bags. If I change here, as you can see, it's here. So we can change both our categories and the filters. And in the second video, using these values, we are going to fetch different items. Okay, let's take care of the carts page. When I click here, it's going to open the carts page. Let's open the Navbar. Shopping cart is here. But if you want to, let's create a different component for this shopping cart because it's going to be interactive. When we add any cart here, we are going to increase the number. We don't have number yet, but we are going to create. So I'm going to cut this, open my menu, and inside the components, let's say shopping cart icon. I'm going to create my component. It's going to be a client component. It's going to be a link, href, and it's going to be the cart page. Let's add our icon here. I'm going to import And we are going to need a span here that we can show the number. For now, let's say 0. After, we are going to change it. When we add a product, we are going to increase or decrease. But for now, it can stay like that. Let's give a style. I will close the menu. And its position will be absolute because I want to show it on the top right, somewhere here. And if we are using absolute positioning, the parent should be relative. And let's give our position. The top will be -3, right will be the same, minus of course. Let's give a background color. It can be this color because our logo has a similar color. I'm gonna change the text color. It's gonna be a circle. Let's give a size. Of course, we need to use this component here. Shopping cart icon. Here, our component. Okay, let's enter our text here and make it smaller. I'll say flex, item center, justify center, and the text will be X small, and the font will be medium. Oops, it's gonna be flex. Okay. So when I click here, we can see the cart page. Of course, we don't have yet. Let's create. I'm gonna close everything and open my menu. Inside the app directory, I'm gonna create my folder and the page component. Let's say cart page. Since it's an interactive page, we can directly use client, and let's see what we have inside. I'm gonna open my example, by the way. Okay, there is no problem. We don't have any item. Let's add some of them. And firstly, we are gonna have these steps: shopping cart, shipping address, and the payment method. At the beginning, we are gonna see our items. We can delete them. We can see the price. Of course, we are gonna update here. And if we continue, it's gonna activate the second step. We can enter our shipping address. And when I click here, of course, all these items are required. Test. And this is the final step, payment method. And in the next tutorial, when we enter our cart details and click here, it's gonna create the order. But before, let's design our cart page. Firstly, I'm gonna add my steps and add some example products. I'll say const steps. It's gonna be an array. The first one will be shopping cart. Let's create 2 more. Here is gonna be payment method. And here is gonna be shipping address. Okay, let's add some example products. I'll say const cart items. Of course, it's gonna be temporary. We are not gonna need this later, but for now, for the design, let's create some items. I'll open my list page. Let's get 3 items. We are gonna create a type, but before, let's paste them. And for the cart items, we are gonna need 3 more sections, and it's gonna be quantity, size, and the color. So when we choose any size and color, we are gonna see it on our cart, like that. Let's add them. Let's say 1. Selected size is gonna be medium. Selected color, let's say gray. I will do the same thing for the others. Maybe large gray. And for this one, let's say large and black, for example. Okay, let's create our type. I'll open my types file. And I'll say export type cart item type. It's gonna include everything inside this product type. But additionally, we are gonna have the quantity. It's gonna be a number, selected size, a string, and selected color. We can also export to array version. Cart items type, and it's gonna be array of cart item. Okay, let's use it. I'm gonna import. Okay, right now we can use them here. Let's close here also. Firstly, I'm gonna give a style for the parent. Let's see our example. I'm gonna shrink my page. As you can see, they are vertical and centered. And after this point, the bottom section will be horizontal, and these items will be horizontal also. So I will say flex column, gap between each item. I'm gonna center them and justify center, and let's give a margin on the top. Right now we can add our steps. Firstly, I'm gonna add the title, h1 tag, your shopping cart. I'm gonna change the style. It's gonna be 2x large, and the font will be medium. After that, we can add our steps. To do that, I'm gonna create a container. And remember, at the beginning, they are gonna be vertical. So I'm gonna be using flex column. And for the LG screen, the flex will be row. Let's center our items and give a space between them. And if the screen is bigger, the gap will be bigger. Of course, they are not here yet. Let's create. I'm gonna be using my steps array, map for each step, create a div, give here a unique key, step.id. And inside, we are gonna have here the ID and the text. Let's create another div, and inside I'll say step.id and a text, and it's gonna be step.title. Okay, let's give a style. For the parent div, we are gonna have a border, just like that. And if it's active, it's gonna be black. The text will be also black. If they are not active, they are gonna be gray. Remember, we are using a client component, so we can use search params hook. Use search params from next navigation. We'll also use router. Let's get our step. I'll say active step. We are going to be using search params.get and the key of the search params, and it's going to be step. Of course, it's going to be a number. So let's transform this into a number by using parse integer. And if it doesn't exist, it's going to be 1. Of course, it's a number. Let's write it like that. And now, using this active step, we can change our style. For the parent, I'm going to be using flexbox, item center, gap between items, and I'm going to give a border on the bottom, and it's going to be 2. I'll also give a space on the bottom, and let's write our condition. I'll say if the step ID equals active step, the border should be darker, border gray 800. If not, it's gonna be softer. Let's say 200. Just like that. Let's do the same thing for this text and give a circle for the number. So I'm going to create a circle first, width and height. Rounded will be full. Text will be white. Let's give a padding and center everything. Flex, item center, and justify center. And right now we are ready to write our condition. If the step ID equals active step, it's going to be darker. So I will say background gray 800. If not, it's going to be 200. Okay. What about this text? Again, I'm going to copy my condition and give a style for this p tag. Firstly, I'll say text small, font medium, and if the step ID equals active step, the text color will be gray 800, if not 200. Okay, maybe they are too soft. Let's make them 400. Okay, it's much better. Let's see our example. Okay, awesome. It's exactly the same. Right now we can create a container for this left and the right side, but remember at the beginning they are going to be vertical. So I will open my app and my code, and after this div, let's say steps and details. I'm going to create a parent div, and inside this div we are going to have the steps and we are going to have the details. So steps will be this left side and the details will be the right side. Let's give a style for the parent. Firstly, I will say with full, flex at the beginning, flex column, but if it's large, flex will be row. And gap between items will be 16. What about this container? We are going to give this border and the shadow effect and some padding inside. And if you realize, this part is slightly bigger than this part, so we can give a width. But since at the beginning they are vertical, the width will be full. But for the LG screen, here is going to be 7 out of 12. And the other part will be 5 units. Let's give a shadow. It's going to be LG. I'm going to give a border. Border will be gray. And I'm going to give a padding. Let's give a border radius. LG also. And all these items will be vertical. So let's use flex, flex column, and gap between items. And I will do the same thing for the second one. Let's say 1 and 2, and let's test. Okay, awesome. If you want to, let's take care of the second part because it's gonna be easier. We just have here a title, some texts, the total price, and the button. Let's do that. Firstly, I'm gonna create my title. and it's gonna be cart details. Let's give a class name. Font will be semi-bold, and after that I'm gonna create a div that includes all the texts and numbers, and finally a button. Let's say width full, background will be dark, and the text will be white. I'm gonna give some padding, border radius. We can click, so I will say cursor pointer. And inside we are gonna have a text and this icon. So I will say continue and arrow right from Lucid React. Of course, it's gonna be too big. Let's give a class name and our size. Okay, let's use flexbox and center our items. For this button, flex item center, justify center, and gap between the icon and the text will be 2. Okay, and when we hover over, we can change the color. So let's say hover effect, and the background will be 900. And again, if you want to, you can give a transition effect. Okay. What about those texts? Firstly, all these items will be vertical. And for each item, we are going to have 2 sections, the text and the number. And we are going to add here an HR. Let's try. Here is the details. I'll say flex column, gap between each item. Let's create our first item. I'm gonna say justify between, because remember, we are gonna separate those items. The text will be on the left and the number will be on the right. Let's create a p tag, subtotal, and one more, and this is gonna be the number. Remember, we have the items here and their prices. If you want to, let's calculate them. So I'm going to be using cart items, and we'll be using the reduce function. We are going to get each item, and we are going to get the total number, item.price. But also, we have to multiply this by the quantity. Basically, we are going to start from 0. 0 plus the first item and its quantity. After that, it's going to be the total number. And after, we are going to add the second item and the third item. Let's see. Okay. We have 3 items and this is the total number. And of course, we can use toFixed to see the second number here. And let's change the style. The first item, text will be small and its color will be gray. And for the number, again, text will be small and the font will be medium. And since we have exactly the same text size here, we can use it in the parent div. Okay. Let's create the others, discount and shipping fee, and finally total. So I'm gonna duplicate this. Here is gonna be discount, let's say 10%. I'm gonna drag the right here, $10. Shipping fee, again, $10. After that, we are gonna use here HR. And the border will be gray. Let's say 200. Okay. And finally, the total number. So I'm gonna copy this after this HR. And this is gonna be the total number. And again, we can calculate the total number, but it's gonna be a little bit darker. And the font will be semi-bold. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is a little bit bigger, and this text. So I'm gonna remove this text small. And perfect. Right now, when I click this button, I'm gonna change the step number on my URL. So we can use rather hook. Okay, we already have here. And for this button, I'm gonna create onClick event. And when we click, we are gonna call the router and its push method. And I'll say cart. The step number will be 2. And again, the scroll will be false. Just like that. And by the way, if the step number is 2, we shouldn't see this button. Let's see. I'm gonna click. As you can see, it's not here anymore. Instead, we are gonna be using this button. When I click, it's gonna be step 3. Okay. Let's write a condition here. I'll say if the active step equals 1. Otherwise, it's gonna be disappeared. Just like that. And for this site, we are gonna need all our steps. Let's get back. For the first one, we are gonna see all our items. For the second one, the shipping form. And for the third one, it's gonna be the payment method. If I say 3, as you realize, we cannot see the payment method because we didn't fill the shipping address. So we have to fill this form first. But before, let's take care of the first step. Let's actually create 2 components. It's gonna be shipping form. The second is gonna be payment form. And we can use them here. This is our container. Right now, I'm gonna write my condition. I will say if the active step equals 1, we are gonna show here our products. If the active step number is 2, we are gonna show the shipping form. And if the active step is 3, and also if we completed the shipping form, we are gonna show the payment form. And to store this information, if we fill the shipping form or not, we are gonna be using a useState hook. Let's say shipping form, set shipping form, useState from React. We are gonna add here our types, but we don't have yet. Let's say null. And I can keep going my condition. If the active step is 3 and also shipping form is completed, we are gonna show the payment form from components. And if it's not completed, finally, let's create a p tag. Please fill in the shipping form. Okay, maybe a class name. Text will be small, text gray 500. Okay, products, if I click the shipping form, and if I make this 3, we are going to see a warning because it's not filled. Okay, it works. Right now we can take care of the first step, which is the product list. We are going to have here a title, and for each item we are going to have a parent div, and inside this parent div we are going to have 2 sections. On the left side we are going to have the product image and the details, and on the right side we are going to have this delete button. Let's do that. I'm going to delete this text, and I'm going to be using the array cart items.map. For each item inside the cart items array, I'm going to create a div. Don't forget the unique key, item.id. Let's separate our items using flexbox, item center, and justify between. Let's say single cart item. Here is going to be the first section, image and details. And the second section, delete button. Let's quickly create a button here. And we are going to add this icon, which is trash 2, I think. Okay, it's here. Let's give a style. It's going to be a circle. So I'll say rounded full. The background color will be red, and the text color will be darker red. Let's say 400. I'm going to center my icon inside using flexbox. Justify center, cursor pointer. Okay, this is too big. Let's give our sizes. Okay, so when we hover over, we can change the color. Hover effect. Background color will be red 200. And as we always do, I'm going to give the transition effect. Right now we can take care of the left side here. Firstly, I'm going to give flexbox and separate my items. The first item will be the image. So I'm going to create this container and the image. Item.images. Remember, we have here the selected color, so we can use it. Item.selected color. Let's give a description. Item.name. I'll say fill, and the class name will be object contain. Since we are using fill, the parent will be relative. We can give a size here, and background color. Rounded will be LG, and overflow hidden. Okay, let's see the details again. The title, all these details, and at the end we are going to have the price. So let's create a container. I'll say image here, and item details. We are going to have 2 sections, all the details, and here it's going to be the price. I'm going to change the style, and it's going to be font medium. Flex column, and justify between. What about here? We are going to have the title, item.name. We are going to have the quantity, size, and color. Selected color and size. Let's give a style for them, and we can separate those items. To do that, I'm gonna add here a space, just like that. I will do the same thing for the others. And let's give a style. For the title, text will be small and the font will be medium. Let's separate those items, by the way. Flex column and gap. For this one, text will be X small and the text will be gray. I'm just gonna copy this class name and paste for the others. And that's all. Of course, we can add here a $, and I want to see here the second digit. As you realize, these two boxes have exactly the same size. To prevent this, I'm gonna find my second box here. And I will say height maximum content. Okay, this was our first step. So when I click here, we can show our form. Let's see what we are gonna have. Again, the title, and inside the form, we'll have the name, email, phone, address, and city. But for this form, we are gonna be using a library called React Hook Form, and it's gonna handle all the verification. If I click, it's gonna show all the errors. For example, this phone number should be between 7 and 10 digits. If I enter 7 digits, it's gone. If I add more, we can see the warning again. Let's do that. I'll open my shipping form and let's install our library. I'm gonna open my terminal, pnpm add React Hook Form. And for the validation, we are going to be using Zot. So I will say Zot. And to use them together, we are going to need the React Hook Form Resolver. And it's going to be Hook Form, Resolvers, and Zot. Okay, let's install them. I will close this. And let's see how to use React Hook Form. Let's get started. We can define our inputs like that, but as I said, we are going to be using Zot. Okay, this is using different library, but we can also use Zot. Basically, we are going to create our schema, and using the use form hook, we are going to pass here our Zot resolver and create our form just like that. If you want to, let's create our schema. To do that, we can use our types file. I'll say export shipping form schema. Let's import Zot. And use it here. z.object. By the way, there is something wrong. Okay, it's here, but let's open package.json. Oh, what happened here? Let's remove this. Install again. And the resolver. Okay. Still the same. I think it should be hook form resolvers, not Zot. Let's delete here and save. I'm gonna install Zot and hook form resolvers. Okay, they are here. There is no problem anymore. Right now we can create our schema. Inside the object, we are gonna have the name, Sort, and its type will be a string. Let's say minimum number is 1, and if it's less than 1, we can show this error, this warning. One more, it's gonna be email, its type will be email, again, minimum 1. The other one will be the phone number, is gonna be a string, minimum will be 7. And let's say phone number must be between 7 and 10 digits. I'm gonna create one more requirement, and it's gonna be maximum 10. And also we should add here only numbers, not letters, and it's gonna show this warning. To do that, we can use regex. And we'll make sure that it's a number. Don't worry about here. You don't have to memorize anything. Just Google this or use any AI tool, and it's gonna generate what you want. 2 more fields. The first one will be address. It's gonna be string. And again, minimum 1. Of course, I should close here and write my warning. Address is required. And finally, the city. Okay, right now we can create our form inputs using this schema. So I will say export type shipping form inputs. We are going to be using sort, and we are going to pass here our schema type. Okay, right now we can use our inputs. I will come here. We'll be using use form hook. Let's import. React hook form. And let's pass here our inputs. Shipping form inputs. And pass here our resolver. And it's going to be the Zot resolver. And we are going to pass here our schema. Just like that. Okay. Right now we can destructure register, handle submit, and the form state. It allows us to use the errors for each field. Now we are ready to create our form. A form element, everything will be vertical, flags, flags column, and gap between each field. And each item will include the label, the input, and the error. So let's create a div. I'm going to separate my items. The first item will be label, let's say name. We are going to have an input. It's going to be a text. Let's give our ID. And we can use any placeholder, let's say John Doe. And we are going to pass here register and the field name. And it's going to handle everything for us. And finally, if there is a name error, remember, we can fetch errors, and inside we are going to choose the name. If it exists, we are going to show a p tag and the error message. Okay, let's see. It's here. Of course, we don't have any submit button yet. Let's give a style first, and after we are going to create the other fields. For the label, I will say text X small, its color will be gray, and the font will be medium. For this input, I'm going to give border bottom. I'm going to give its color 200. Let's give a padding for the top and bottom. I'm gonna delete the outline 0 or none. Text will be small. If there's an error, its color will be red and text will be small. Let's actually say X small, and the text color will be red 500. Okay, right now we can create our other fields. This is gonna be email. Its type will be email. Let's give a placeholder. And here is gonna be also email. Let's change here and here. The third one will be phone number. I'm gonna quickly change them. Here is gonna be address. Let's give any random address. I'll also change here. And finally, the city. I forgot to change here, address, and the placeholder. Let's see. Okay, awesome. Let's create a button here. After this div, I'm gonna create a button. Let's say continue. I'm gonna quickly give my class name. Actually, it's gonna be exactly the same button here. Let's import this icon from Lucid React. But this time, we are not gonna use this onClick event because we are using a form, let's say submit button. And we are gonna be using handle submit here for this form. So I will say on submit. So when we click the button, it's gonna submit. And we are gonna be using handle submit. And let's create a function, handle shipping form. Let's create our function here. We are gonna get the data. And I'm gonna write its type. We are gonna be using React hook form submit handler here. And inside, we are gonna pass our inputs. Just like that. And it's gonna give us our data. If you remember, we created here a useState hook. So we can set our state. So let's send this to our component here. Take this as a prop. It's gonna give us our data and its type will be shipping form inputs. Of course, it's a function. So we are gonna return void. So we can set our state here using our data. And finally, using Next.js rudder, we can change the step. So I will say const rudder, use rudder hook from next navigation. And I'm gonna use it here. Rudder.push cart page. Step will be 3. And as always, I'm gonna add here scroll and it's gonna be false. Let's try. If I click, we can see the warnings. Let's create some random texts. Test and test. If I click, we can see the third step. And there is no warning here anymore because we have all the items we need in the shipping address. Okay, let's do the same thing for the payment form. I'll copy everything here and paste here. Let's change the component name, payment form. And here, we can delete here. We don't need them anymore. Handle payment form, just like that. And let's create our types. We'll do exactly the same thing. Let's say payment form schema. What we are gonna need, let's see. We have the username, the holder name, card number, and the date. So let's say card holder is gonna be string. Card holder is required. Here is gonna be card number, again, string. Minimum and maximum will be 16. Let's say maximum, and here is gonna be expiration date. Again, it's gonna be string, and we can use regex here because we have to make sure that it includes the month and the year. I'm just gonna copy this and write my warning. Okay, but I think we need one more, and it's gonna be CVV. I forgot that. It's gonna be a string, minimum and maximum will be 3. Let's delete this and create one more, and it's gonna be maximum. Okay, let's change here. It's gonna be payment form inputs, and here is gonna be payment form schema. So let's use it here. I'm gonna pass payment form inputs, payment form schema. So we can delete them. And again, payment form inputs. Let's change our inputs here. The first one will be name on card. I'm gonna change the ID, card holder. Let's keep it John Doe. I'm gonna change the error name. And this is gonna be card number. Did I change here? Okay, card holder. Here is gonna be card number. It's gonna be a text. Just like that. For the placeholder, let's give some numbers. And finally, expiration date. Let's say 01, 32, and we have one more, and it's gonna be CVV. Just like that. So we can delete this last one. And here is gonna be checkout. We can change this icon. It's going to be shopping cart icon from Lucid React. And also I'm going to add this section. We are going to have 3 images. Before this button, I'm going to create a div. They all are going to be horizontal. Let's say flex, item center, and gap between items. I'm going to also give a margin on the top. And let's create our images. And I'm going to write my sources. I'm going to give my width and height. It's going to be 50 to 25. And let's give border radius. Rounded will be MD. Let's create 2 more. Here is going to be cards. And here is going to be stripe. Let's see. And perfect. Let's test. Okay, John Doe. We need 12 numbers. Just like that. Here should be like a month and the year. And CVV. Okay, awesome. And when we click this button, we are going to create our order. But it's going to be in the second video. So we finished our cart design. Right now we can handle our product cart interaction when we choose our color and our size. And when we click here, we are going to update our cart. To do that, we are going to need a state management tool. There are many options, but my favorite is Zustand. It's one of the most popular state management tools, and it's really easy to use. Let's install. And after, I'm going to explain how to use it. I'll open my terminal, pm add Zustand. Firstly, we are going to create our cart store. This is our state. Basically, we are going to store our cart items. It's going to be an array. And we are going to create 2 functions. The first one will be add to cart, and the second one will be remove from cart. When we click this button, we are going to remove the item. When we click this button, we are going to add a new item. Let's try. I'm going to copy here, close my terminal, open my menu. And inside the source folder, let's create a folder, stores, and let's say cartstore.ts. I'm going to paste my code, close my menu, and I'm going to write here my state. It's going to be cart. At the beginning, it's going to be an empty array. Here is going to be add to cart, remove from cart. I can delete here. If you want to, you can add one more and you can delete all the items inside the cart. So let's say clear cart. Let's delete them for now. And we are going to create our own functions. But before, let's create our types. I'm going to come here and I will say export type cart store state type. And inside we are just going to have the cart and it's going to include our cart items. Remember, we have the cart items type here. That includes all the product information, quantity, selected size, and the selected color. Just like that. And also, I'm going to add my action types, export type, cart, store actions type, add to cart function. Basically, we are going to get the product and do something with that product. Let's say void, because it's a function. Let's write our product type. Remember, our product type is here. I'm going to add 2 more. It's going to be remove from cart, and clear cart. We are not going to get any product to clear. By the way, it's not going to be product type, it's going to be cart item type, because remember, we have those items also. Let's change them. Okay, so let's use them inside our store. I'll come here and pass my cart store state type and cart store actions type. Just like that. Okay, for this function, we are going to get a product. And let's remember again how we are updating our state. We are going to set our state and update our cart here. We are going to add our product. So it's going to be cart. Inside this array, we are going to keep all the previous cart items, state.cart, but we are going to add one more and it's going to be our product. For the second one, again, we are going to get the product, but this time we are going to filter our items. So here is going to be state.cart.filter. We are going to check every product inside the cart array and its ID, and we are going to remove the product using its ID. So it's going to keep all the other products. And for the last one, I will say set, and the cart will be an empty array again. Let's export this. Export default. Let's say use cart store. And right now we can use this cart store anywhere we want. If you remember, we have the shopping cart icon component. We can call our store here, const cart from use cart store, and we can write here cart.length. As you can see, it's 0. Let's try to add this product, for example. I'm going to open my cart component, product cart. This time, we are going to import this function, add to cart. Let's write it here, const add to cart from use cart store. And when we click this button here, let's say handle add to cart. Let's create this function here. We are going to call our store function add to cart, and we are going to pass here all the product information, but additionally we'll add the quantity. It's going to be 1. Selected size. Remember, we have here product types and it includes the size and the color. And one more, and it's going to be selected color. Let's try. I'm going to choose blue and large, add to cart. And as you can see, the number is 1. If I add one more, it's going to be 2. We can also add here a simple notification. To do that, we are going to be using React Hostify library. Let's install. As you can see, the notifications are like that. I will open my console, pnpm add React Hostify. As you can see, we are just going to call this function and write our message. And this message can be a success message, error, warning, whatever you want. But to use this, we should add this container to our layout. So I will open my layout, close this terminal. And before this body, let's add our container from React Hostify. We can also choose its position, and it's gonna be bottom right. Let's try. After adding to cart, we are gonna call toast function. I'll say a success message, product added to cart. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh my page, add this product, and it's here. Okay, awesome. But there is a problem here. If I refresh my page, as you can see, it's gone. To prevent this, we can use our local storage and we can store our state. To do that, we are gonna need another library, pnpm add, and it's gonna be Zustand middleware. Let's import. We are gonna import Persist and create JSON storage from Zustand middleware. Only thing we should do is wrap our storage with this Persist wrapper. So before this set, I'll say Persist, wrap my functions and state, and after that we are going to create a storage. The name will be, let's say, cart. The storage will be create JSON storage, and we are going to be using our web browser storage. So it's going to be local storage. Of course, it should end here. Okay, let's try. I'm going to add this product. As you can see, it's 1. I'm going to refresh my page, and it's still here. Right now, we can show all the items inside the cart page. Instead of this dummy data, we can list our real data. So let's close everything here and open our cart page. By the way, there is something wrong here. Okay, data. Okay, because we said it's gonna be null, so I'm gonna pass here shipping form inputs and leave it empty. Okay, there is no problem. Right now we can get our cart state and remove cart function. Let's write it here. Const cart, remove from cart, use cart store. Right now we don't need those items. Let me comment this out and close here. Instead of that list, we are going to be using this cart. Just like that. And here again, it's going to be cart. And here. Let's see. Perfect. Right now, when I click this button, I'll remove this item. Where is our delete item? Here. I'll say on click. I'll call my function, remove from cart, and we are going to pass here our product, which is item. If I click, it's gone. And as you can see, it's 0. And here is 0. But there's a problem here. If I add this item twice, okay, we have 2 items. But if I click the cart icon, as you can see, there are exactly the same items, but it should be only 1 item and the quantity should be 2. And as you can see, there is an error here because we are using exactly the same unique ID. So we have to make some changes inside the store. Cart store. And instead of directly adding our item, we have to check if it's already there or not. If it's already inside the list, we are going to increase this number. But of course, the size and the color should be exactly the same. If they are different, they should be 2 different items. So let's update here. Firstly, we are going to check if the item already inside the list or not. So I will say existing index state.cart find index. We are going to check each product, and the product ID should be exactly the same ID, but also product.selected size will be exactly the same size, and also color. After that, if there is exactly the same product, it's going to give the index. If there is no product inside the list, it's going to return -1. So I'm going to write a condition here. If existing index doesn't equal -1, that means we already have the product. We are going to update the cart. Updated cart. We are going to get all the products, state.cart, but we are going to update the existing index. So I will say updated cart, and we are going to find the item using existing index, and we are going to change its quantity. If we provide a quantity, we are going to add this, because in the single product page, we'll be able to choose more than one items. If not, if we are on the home page or category page, when we click this button, we are going to add only one item. Just like that. And we are going to return this updated cart. And if not, if we don't have the item inside the list, we are just going to update our cart, and we are going to add the product. Remember how we are doing this: state and cart. We are going to get all the products, but also we are going to add all the product information, and the quantity will be 1, selected size will be product selected size, and the color will be product selected color. And for the cart page, we can change our unique ID. I'll say plus item dot selected size plus item dot selected color. So we will make sure that even if we change the size or color, it's gonna act like it's a different item. So it's not gonna give the error. Let's try again. I'm gonna remove them. As you can see, it removes all the items. Let's refresh the page. Let's add this one. And again, one item. And as you can see, quantity is 2. By the way, it shouldn't be one item. Let's update here also. I'll open my icon component. Instead of writing here length, we can make a calculation. Remember how we are using reduce. We'll get all the items, and we are going to check their quantities. And right now we have 2 items. And if I add exactly the same item with different color or size, let's choose green. I'll add to cart 3 items. And as you can see, this is a different item. And we don't have any problem here. But again, if I delete this item, as you can see, it's going to delete all of them. The reason for that, when we remove the item, we are using the product ID. And since their IDs are exactly the same, it removes all of them. To prevent this, we are going to make some changes here. So again, let's remove here. And we are going to have 3 conditions. The first one will be the ID, if it's equal. And we'll also check the selected size and colors. Okay, of course, we don't need this. I'll save and let's try again. I'll choose gray one and the green one. Let's check our items. If I delete this one, it's gonna remove the gray one. Okay, this is what we want. Awesome. And there is one more thing. If I refresh the page, as you can see, for a while, here is gonna be 0. I'm gonna refresh again. This number is changing for a while, and that's because it's waiting for the hydration. Remember, we are storing our items inside the local storage, but during this process, it shows the empty array, but after reading from local storage, it becomes 2 again. To prevent this, we are gonna make one more change. In the store, I'm gonna add one more item, and it's gonna be has hydrated. At the beginning, it's gonna be false, and during the hydration, it's gonna be true. And if it's true, we are not gonna show here anything, so it's not gonna show 0. To do that, we are gonna use another Zustand feature, and it's gonna be on rehydrate storage. Basically, during the hydration, we can do whatever we want. In this case, we are gonna get our state. I'll say if state dot has hydrated will be true. It's not here because we didn't change our type. I'll say has hydrated. It's gonna be Boolean. Okay, let's try again, and it's here. In this case, it's gonna be true. Right now, using this state, we can update our cart icon. Let's get this from use cart store. And I'll say, if it's not hydrated, return null. Right now, if I refresh, as you can see, we are gonna see directly this number. Okay, this is how we are using Zustand. Right now, let's build our single product page. And in that page, again, we'll be able to choose the size and color, but also we'll be able to choose the quantity. Let's open one of these products. We don't have the page yet. Let's create. I'm gonna close everything. And let's create our page. We already have the folder here. And inside, we are gonna get the product ID. This is how we are defining dynamic pages. And page.tsx. Let's create our component. Product page. Close the menu. And let's add here our temporary data. I'll say product, its type will be product type. And I'm gonna paste one of my products. In the second video, we are gonna fetch this from the database. Okay. Right now, let's see what we are gonna have. I'm gonna refresh my page. It's here. And in the example, as you can see, we have two sections, the image and the details. Again, this section is a little bit smaller. Let's create. I'll say flags. As always, for the beginning, they are going to be vertical. But at this point, it's going to be horizontal. So I will say flags column, gap between items. For the LG screen, flags will be row. And for the MD screen, gap between items will be bigger. And I'm going to give a margin for the top. Okay. Let's create our containers. The first one will be image. And the second one will be details. For the small screens, they are going to be full size, but for the LG, here is going to be smaller. Remember how we are doing this. And for this one, it's gonna be 7. Let's create our image here. Next.js image. I'll give my source. It's gonna be product, images. And again, we are gonna be using search params because when we choose any size or color, we are gonna update the URL, and using those values, we are gonna show different items here. So again, we can get the search params. Remember, its type is promise, and we are gonna pass here the color. It's gonna be a string, and the size. Since we are using a promise, it's gonna be async. In the next tutorial, we will also get this param, this number, and using that number, we are gonna fetch our item. To get that ID, we can also use params. For this tutorial, we don't need that, but I just wanted to show you. Params, and its type will be promise again. And it includes the product ID. So using this ID, we can fetch the data. Okay, right now we can define our selected types. Const selected size. It's gonna be this size, but if it doesn't exist, we are gonna be using the first item here. And we'll do exactly the same thing for the colors. If it doesn't exist, we are gonna be choosing the first one. So I will say size. If it doesn't exist, product.sizes, and the first item. Of course, it's gonna be a string. By the way, we didn't get our color and size. Let's get them. Size and color. Await search params. There is a typo. Let's fix. Okay. Let's do the same thing for the color. Just like that. So I'm gonna pass here selected color, product.images. I'm gonna add a description. We can add the product name. I'll say fill, and in the class name, object will be contain, and rounded will be MD. If you are using fill, you can use here relative, and you can give any size. I'm gonna be using aspect ratio, just like that. The width will be 2 units, the height will be 3 units. Okay, what about here? All our items will be vertical. We'll have the title, description, price. We'll have some options, 2 buttons, and this container. Let's create. For the details, I'll say flags column, gap between items. The first one will be h1 tag. That includes our product name. I'm gonna change the style. It's gonna be bigger, 2x large, and the font will be medium. After that, we can add our description, product.description. Again, class name, and its color will be gray, 500. After that, I'm gonna add h2 tag, and we are gonna add here our price. Product.price and to fixed. Remember why we are doing this. And for the class name, again, text will be 2x large, and the font will be semi-bold. Okay, let's add here a $sign. We are gonna add here our interactions. But for now, let's take care of this container. We are gonna have 3 images and this text. It's gonna be really easy. Let's say cart info, flex item center, gap between each item will be 2, and margin top will be 4. Let's add our images. If you remember, we used them in the payment form. Just like that. Let's copy them and paste here. After this div, I'm going to create a p tag and write my text. So I can actually copy and paste without wasting time. There is nothing important here. For some texts, I just added some underline and the hover effect. I'm gonna save and they are here. Okay, let's take care of the interaction. To do that, we can create a client component. I'll open my menu inside the components. Let's say product interaction. I will create my component. Right here, use client, close my menu, and let's call it here. Before those images, here. Product interaction. Of course, we should pass our product because we are going to need the color and the size. We can also pass the selected size and the selected color. Let's take them as a prop. Product, selected size and color. Let's write our types. Product will be product type. Selected size will be a string. And selected color. Okay. Right now we can add our options. The first one will be size. We are going to list all our items here. And when we click, we are going to change the URL. We'll do exactly the same thing for the color. And we are going to add this quantity. So let's separate them. Flex column, gap between items, and margin top. The first one will be size. Color and quantity. Let's separate our items. Flex column, gap, and the text will be XML. Actually, it's going to be exactly the same here and here. And inside, let's create a span, and it's going to be size. I'm going to change the color, gray 500. And using product sizes, we can show each item. So I will say product.sizes.map. And for each size, we are going to return a div. I will quickly add my unique key. It's going to be size itself. And inside, I'm going to add one more div because the first one will be this parent with this border, and the second one will be our size. So we can show here our size. Okay, let's make them horizontal and give a style. This is not the parent. Let's add here a parent and wrap them. And here is going to be flex, item center, and gap between each size. And for this one, I will say cursor pointer. I'm going to give some border. And let's write our condition. If the selected size equals our size, we are going to show a darker border. It's going to be gray 600. If not, it's going to be, let's say, 300. let's say 2 pixels. Just like that. What about the other div? I'm gonna give my sizes, let's say 6, height 6, and another condition. Again, if the selected size equals our size, background color will be black and the text color will be white. If not, background color will be white and the text color will be black. Okay, let's enter our texts. I'll say text center, flex, item center, and justify center. Okay. Maybe they can be uppercased. So I will say to uppercase, and it's much better. This text is too big. Let's make this X small. Okay, it's much better. Right now, when we click any of these items, we are going to update our search params. Remember how we are doing this. Firstly, I'm going to add here on click event, handle type change. We are going to pass here our type, which is a size, and its value, which is the size. Let's create this function. Const handle type change. We are going to get the type, a string, and its value, string. And again, we are going to need our hooks. Rather, use rather hook from next navigation. 2 more. Here is going to be path name. Use path name. And finally, search params. And remember how we are handling the search params. Firstly, I'll say params. We did this before. Firstly, we are creating new URL search params. And we are going to pass here our search params to string. After that, we are going to set the name, which is the type, and its value. And finally, rather.push. We are going to use the path name, question mark, params to string. And here is going to be scroll false. Okay, let's try. I'm going to choose this one, and it's here. Okay, awesome. Remember why we are doing this, because we have more than one item. When we choose a size and color, they are going to be independent. When we change the color, it's going to keep the size. Just like that. Okay. Let's do the same thing for the colors. We'll do exactly the same thing. I can actually copy here and paste. This time it's going to be color product.colors. If the selected color equals our color, of course, here is going to be color. We are going to add a border, but it's going to be softer. If it's not chosen, it's going to be white. Let's change this unique key. And here is going to be color, and we are going to pass our value. And for this div, we are not going to show any text. It can be self-closed, just like that. We are going to give sizes. We don't need them. We don't need any item inside. And also, we don't need here. We can directly add our colors to the background using inner style. So I'll say background color. and it's gonna be the color. Okay, awesome. As you can see, it affects our image here. And one more item, and it's gonna be quantity. We are gonna have this span and 3 items here. Let's create quickly. Again, a span. I'm gonna change the color, gray 500. Let's write the title. After that, we are gonna have a div that includes our buttons and the number. So they are gonna be horizontal. I'll say item center and gap between each items. Let's create a button. I'm gonna change its style. Firstly, let's say cursor pointer. So we can click. I'm gonna give a border. And the border color will be gray. And I'm gonna give some padding inside. And inside this button, I'm gonna add my icon. And it's gonna be minus icon. That comes from Lucid React. We can change its size. It's gonna be 4. And I will do exactly the same thing for the increment button. And here is gonna be plus button. And between them, let's create a span. And it's gonna be the number. We don't have this state yet. Let's create. I'll say const quantity, set quantity. Use state hook from React. At the beginning, it's going to be 1. But using these buttons, we are going to change it. So let's write here on click event. We are going to create a function called handle quantity change. And the first one will be decrement. And here is going to be increment. Let's create this function. We are going to get the type. It can be either increment or decrement. And I'll write my condition. If the type equals increment, we are going to increase the number. We are going to set our state, previous value, and previous value plus 1. I'm going to close this if here, not here. And I'll say else. We are going to decrement, but there is something important. It cannot be 0. So I'm going to write one more condition. If the quantity is bigger than 1, we are going to set our state, but this time it's going to be -1. Just like that. After 1, we cannot decrease anymore. Okay, awesome. Let's check. We are going to need 2 buttons here. So I will come here and say buttons. I'll say add to cart. And one more, and it's going to be buy this item. Before those texts, we can add some icons. Here is going to be shopping cart. I'm going to change the size. Let's do the same thing here. But here is going to be plus icon. Okay. Let's give a style. Let's see first. The first one will be this dark color, and the second one will be white color with this border. It's gonna be gray 800. Text will be white. I'm gonna give some padding. Rounded will be MD. We can add some shadow. It's gonna be LG. And I'm going to separate my items. Flex, item center, justify center, and gap between each item. And also I'm going to add cursor pointer. And for this one, I'm going to add a ring. Ring color will be gray 400. Again, shadow. This time the text color will be gray 800. Again, paddings. Rounded will be MD. And center my items. Let's give a gap. Okay, but they are too big. Let's say text small. And the font will be medium. Let's do the same thing here. I'll also add this cursor pointer here. Okay, perfect. Right now, when I click this button, we are gonna send our item to the cart. But this time, we are also gonna add this quantity. We are not sending only one item. We can add more. Okay, let's try. I'm gonna come here on click event. And let's say handle add to cart. Let's create this function. We are gonna get our store, const add to cart. We are gonna call this function use cart store. Let's call it here. And inside, we are gonna get all the product information. But also we are gonna pass our quantity, selected color, and the selected size. And also we can use a notification here. Remember how we are doing this. React Toastify. And it's gonna be a success message, product added to cart. Let's try. I'm gonna choose large, purple. Let's add 5 items. Add to cart. Our notification is here. And inside the cart, we can see our item. But the quantity is 1. There is something wrong. Let's try again. Okay, it should be 5 items. There must be something wrong. Let's open our store. Of course, here is gonna be product.quantity. If it doesn't exist, it's gonna be 1. Let's delete all of them. I'm gonna add this one, 5 items, and it's 5. Okay, perfect. This is the default size and color. This is how we are using state management tools. And one more thing we can do. As you can see, the title is Create Next App, but for the search engine optimization, it's not a good idea to use some default value here. For the title, we should use our product name, and for the description, we are going to use the product description. So when we search for this product on Google or any other search engine, it's going to be much easier to be found. If you remember, in our layout, we have the metadata. We can change our application name. Let's write our title, best clothes. And you can write here whatever you want. In this case, we are going to see our title for the home page, but for the product page, we are going to be using dynamic title and description. To do that, I'll open my page. Before our component, I'll say export const generate metadata. It's going to be an async function. We are going to get the params. Params is going to include our ID, which is a string. And using this ID, we are going to fetch our product from the database. Let's say to-do get the product from DB. But since we don't have any DB, temporary, we are going to be using this product, its name and the description. So we are going to return title, which is the product name, and the description, which is the product description. And right now, as you can see, the title is our product name, and the description is this description. This is how we are handling SEO. For different pages, you can create different titles and descriptions, but the most important part is the single product page, because people are looking for this product name. And since we are fetching data on the server side, our page is much faster and it's also better for SEO. Okay, this is our website. We have some great products. You know how to handle search params. You know how to handle state management. And that's all, I think. Right now, we can create our admin panel. Okay, for the admin panel, we are not going to design everything from scratch. Instead, I want to use the panel that we designed 2 videos ago in this channel. If you remember, we designed a great admin dashboard using Next.js and Shadcn. We built these charts, this responsive sidebar. We created different kind of menu items. Here we have the dark mode and the light mode. And we used React table for the data table. So let's use this and make some changes on it. So you can see how to use previous projects in a new project. If you didn't watch that tutorial, I highly recommend you watch it first before starting the e-commerce panel, because there are tons of great concepts and Shadcn components you might want to know. So you can find the link on the video card and in the description. But if you already watched that video, let's get started. Our GitHub repository is here. Again, it's gonna be in the description below. You can come here and copy this link. Or if you want to, again, you can fork this project and use your own GitHub repository. So let's open our project and create a new folder. Not here. Outside the client, and it's gonna be admin. Let's open our terminal. We don't need this anymore. Let's clear everything, and I'll open my admin panel. Let's close this one. And again, we are gonna be using git clone. We'll paste our URL, and we will install everything inside this folder. So I'll say dot and enter. Let's see. Okay, they are here. Let's install our libraries using pm install. And let's run pm run dev. Okay, it runs on this port number. Let's check. Okay, this was our previous dashboard. So let's decide what changes we are gonna make. For the home page, we can change this chart. As you can see, the data is desktop and mobile. But since we are showing the revenue here, let's add something more meaningful. For example, we can show all amount of the transactions and all amount of the successful transactions. So we can compare them. Let's remember again which component we are using. I'm going to open the app folder and the home page. As you can see, this is the app bar chart. I'm going to open. Let me close this menu and this terminal. And inside the data, I'm going to make some changes. Here is going to be the total number. Here is going to be successful. Let's change our data here. They all are going to be total transactions and the successful transactions. In this case, we have to change our data key. The first item will be total and the second one will be successful. Of course, we should change this one. It doesn't make sense. But anyway, it's just a design. It's not that important. So I'll say total and successful. Okay, it's much better. In any case, let's change this April data. Here is going to be bigger, here is going to be smaller. Okay, right now we can see the total and successful transactions. What else we can change? As you can see, we have the latest transactions here, but as a title, we are using subscription and payment for services. But since our application is an e-commerce application, we will not have any services or subscription. Let's change the title and we can make it just order payment. And here we have the popular content. It's exactly the same component, but here we show the popular blog posts, but in our application, we can show the popular products. Let's see. In the home page, as you can see, this is our component. Basically, we have two different data, the popular content and the latest transactions, and they have exactly the same data, ID, title, badge, image, and count. So we can directly use them by using this list. Basically, if the title is popular content, it uses this list. If not, it uses this list. But we are going to be using different kind of data. So we will not be using exactly the same fields. So we cannot use this list. Let's get rid of this. And let's change this data. Instead of popular content, we are going to be using popular products. Let's copy and paste some of our products. Remember, we have the product list in the previous application, and we can use 5 of them. Just like that. And for the latest transactions, we are going to change the titles. They all are going to be order payment. Okay. So right now, we are going to have here a condition. I'll say if the title equals popular products, we are going to be using popular product list. Let's use the first item, object values, item.images, and the first item, if it doesn't exist, it's going to be an empty string. Here is going to be product name. Again, product name. We don't need this badge. Let's delete. And here is going to be the product price, the $sign, and price. Let's get rid of this. Okay. And I'm gonna write the second condition. If it's not the popular products, again, we are gonna return this cart. But this time, we are gonna be using the latest transactions. This time we can directly use item image. Here is going to be title. And count. Basically, it's going to be the previous one. I shouldn't have deleted that, but anyway. And there was a batch here after this title. Let's add this back. And here was item.batch. And its variant was secondary. Let's see. Okay. The latest transactions. And here is going to be popular products. It's not here because the title is popular content here. Let's change. Here is going to be latest transactions and popular products. Okay. Of course, the images are broken because we don't have the images. So I'm going to open my public folder. And inside, I'm going to add some data. Products from the previous application, and I added some users. Again, you can find it in the GitHub repository. So right now, if I refresh the page, they are going to be here. Okay. In the example, we have the payments page, but we also need the user list and the product list. Let's create our pages. I'll open my menu, close this public folder. Okay, we already have the users, but it's empty. We'll take care of this later, but let's create products page. Products page.tsx. And as you can see, we also have the single user page here. If I say users and any username, it's going to open the single user page. But since our application is an e-commerce application, we don't need a username because users will use their email addresses instead of a username. So let's change this. Instead of a username, let's say user ID. Okay. Again, we'll use the users and give any ID. Okay, it's not visible. Let's delete this next folder and run our application again. I will refresh. Okay, it's here. Let's actually fix this page first. Firstly, I want to get rid of these latest transactions. We don't need this here. I'm gonna delete this container. And for the user information, as I said, we are not gonna need the username, the location or role. Instead, we are gonna be using the user's full name, email, phone. Here is gonna be the user address and also the user city. So let's change it. I'll say full name, John Doe, email, phone. Here is gonna be address. Let's add some random address. And I'm gonna create one more, and it's gonna be city. Let's get rid of this one. Okay, and since we changed the user details, we should also change our edit component. When I click here, we see the form component. Let's change them. Let's remember again which component we are using. As you can see, we are using here a Shadcn component, and this button is the trigger. When we click on this button, it opens this component. Let's open that component and change the type. Here is going to be full name. Let's change here. Full name must be at least 2 characters. Email can stay, phone can stay. Here is going to be address, and one more, and it's going to be city. Let's delete this one and change here. Address and city. Just like that. And we should also change our form fields. Here is going to be full name, the label, let's say enter user full name, the phone number, it can be optional actually, and the address, enter user address, let's fix this typo and create one more. It's gonna be city. And let's get rid of this one. Let's see. Okay, this is what we want. What else we can do? I also want to move this card component here, this user information, inside the user page. Here is the user card container. Let's cut this and paste right under this information component. Here. Okay, it looks much better. This is how you can change your components easily. So right now we can show all our users using this page. We don't have any data table here, but in the previous tutorial, in the Shadcn tutorial, we created data table in this page. As you can see, we can select rows, we can see the actions, pagination. Let's remember how we did this. I'll open my menu, and inside the payments, as you can see, we have 2 main components. The columns, let me close everything here first, and open columns, and data table, and the page. Basically, we define our columns here, and we define how they are gonna look inside the data table. And here we have the data table. We add different features like pagination or sorting or filtering in this component. And using these columns and data table and this data, we are creating our data table. Again, if you watch the Shadcn tutorial, you will not have any problem. So let's do the same thing for the users and the products. Let me see first if we need to change anything. Okay, there are usernames here. I'm gonna change them quickly because remember, we are using the full names. Okay. In this case, we need to change our type. And here is gonna be full name. Okay, there is no problem. And let's check the columns. And we need to change this key. And it's gonna be full name. What else we can change? When we click actions, as you can see, there is an option here that we can see the customers. So what we can do is we can also add the user IDs. So for each data, I'm gonna add the user ID, random integer. In this case, I'm gonna update my data. Let's add here user ID. And now, if I scroll down, as you can see, we have the actions here. What we can do here is add here a link, Next.js link. And when we click here, it's gonna open the users page and pass here the user ID. Remember, we can get the raw data here, which includes all these data, and we can get the user ID and pass it here. So I'll say payment.user ID. So when I click, we can see the customer. Okay, awesome. We can also add here a delete button because remember, we can choose the rows. Let's see our data table component. Remember, in the state, we have the row selection. I'm gonna paste it here and let's see what it's gonna return. I'm gonna select this one, and as you can see, it gives the index number of that row. This is 0 and this is 1. If I choose this one, it gives 1 and 5. And also I can choose all of them. So we are going to get the index numbers. So using those index numbers, we can delete the orders. So let's add here a button. Of course, if we don't select anything, it shouldn't be visible. So let's write here a condition. I'll say object keys row selection, and if its length is bigger than 0, we are going to show here a div. I'm going to be using flags and justify and because I want to see it here on the right side. And inside, I'm going to create a button. Inside this button, we can use an icon, and it's going to be trash 2. Again, we are using Lucid React. And let's say delete payments. Actually, we can choose only single payment. So let's say payment and add the as like that. If I choose, it's going to be here. Let's give a style. Firstly, it's going to be smaller. It's going to be 4. And for this button, for the container, I'm going to center my items. Gap between items will be 2. Background red 500. The text will be white. Let's give some paddings. Of course, text will be small. Okay, we can give border radius and some space here. Rounded will be MD. Margin, let's say 4. And also we can click. So let's say cursor pointer. Okay, it's much better. Okay, I can also give some space here. Let's get rid of this comment. And as you realize, we have the pagination component here. And let's give some padding on the top and bottom, and it's going to be 4. Okay, it's much better right now. So let's use exactly the same thing for the users and the products page. So I will come back, close everything, open my menu, and I'm gonna copy everything here, paste inside products. Let's get rid of this and change the name. And for the users, let's delete this page and paste inside our folder. Okay, right now we are going to change our types, but before I'm going to change the page name here. It's going to be users page, and let's change our data. This is for the payment, but we are going to need a user type. So let's open our column here and change the type. It's going to be user. It will have the ID. Let's say avatar. It's going to be a string. Full name is going to be string. We already have the ID. Email, and for the status, we can use active users and inactive users. Let's get rid of the others and pass here the user type. Let's change our rows. We'll have the username, email, and for the status, we can use only 2 colors. And I'll say if it's active, it's gonna be green. If it's inactive, it's gonna be red. I'm gonna scroll down. We don't need this amount. And in the action, we are gonna get the user from the row. And for each row, we are gonna show these actions. And let's say copy user ID, and it's gonna be user.id. And again, user.id, and we don't need this one. Okay. And I also want to see the user avatar. So I'm gonna create one more item here. It's gonna be avatar, and the header will be avatar also. But we have to render the user image. To do that, we are going to be using the column cell. We are going to get all the information from the row, and we are going to return our image. Firstly, we will get the data. Remember how we are getting data. Const user row.original. So let's paste it here, and we are going to return, let's say, a div. It's going to be our image container. So let's give a size. It's going to be relative. Inside Next.js image. And the source will be user.avatar. Description will be user.fullname. I'll say fill and class name. And it's going to be rounded. And the object will be cover. Okay. There's a typo here, avatar. And let's change our data. Firstly, here is going to be user type. Let's change here. And I'm going to delete this data. And paste my users, ID, avatar, status, full name, and email. Let's save and see. I'll open the users page. And perfect. We can see the customer, the avatar. Maybe it can be circle. Because I forgot here writing full. Okay, it's much better right now. All users. And we can choose any of them. Let's, by the way, change this text here. It's going to be delete users. So I'm going to open my data table. Let's remove this. And here is going to be user and users. Okay. We can take care of the products. Let's close them and open products, columns, data table, and the page. Again, I'm gonna delete this data. Let's quickly change this title. I'll say products and my types. So let's change here. It's gonna be product type. We are gonna have the ID. Here is gonna be price. Here is gonna be the product name. Remember, we have the short description and the description. I can delete here. And we have the sizes. Remember, it says string array and also colors. And for the images, we were using a record, string and string. Okay, by the way, in the next tutorial, depending on our project type, we can use a common types and we can fetch them from the same place instead of writing that type for each application. But for now, we are just designing, it can stay. So again, we are going to be using product images. So let's create here. Image. Header will be image. And again, we are going to be doing exactly the same thing. So I can copy this cell and paste it here. But this time, we are going to get the products, import image from Next.js image, and here is going to be product, and let's get the first image, images, product dot colors and the first color, and here is going to be product dot name. After that, we'll have the product name. Here is going to be price. And remember, using this function, we can sort our column so we can see the most and less expensive products. And let's get rid of this. And here, but we can add our short description. So I will say accessor key is going to be short description, and the title of this column will be, let's say, description. Okay, right now we can add our data. Here is going to be product. Let's import. Here is going to be all products. And again, I'm going to add some products from our product list component from the previous application. There are 8 items. Let's take all of them and paste here. Okay, IDs are number. So I can change the type. It can be string, but also a number. Okay, I will save. Products. And awesome. Less expensive and the most expensive. And here we can see the single product and copy the product ID. So I'm going to open columns again. Here is going to be product, product ID, and here is going to be products and product ID. Let's delete this. And that's all. Let me choose any item, delete product, and now we can change our sidebar. We can add here our orders, users, and the products page. And also we can add here add user, add product, category, and order buttons. So when we click them, we'll be able to see our forms on the right side, just like editing users. Remember, when we click here, the form shows up, and we'll do exactly the same thing for the sidebar. Let's come back. By the way, there is a problem here because it can be a number, so I'll say to string. Okay. Let's close everything and open our sidebar, app sidebar tsx. Let's scroll down and we can change here. Instead of projects, let's say products. Here is going to be add product, see all products, and add product. We can also change this icon. Let's use shirt from Lucid React. Okay, right now to see our form, we are going to be using a Shadcyan component. Let's remember again. Components and sheet. This is going to be our trigger button. When we click, it's going to open our form component. So we are going to create this component, add our trigger button, and for the content, we are going to be using a different component, as we did for this component. For now, let's use this component. After, we are going to change our form. Let's see our single user page again. And copy this component. I'm going to paste it here. Let's import them. Sheet from UI sheet, trigger. We don't need this button. We are going to be using this link. Let's move this here. And for now, let's use this component. Later, we are going to change. Okay, this is not what we want, because we need to add here a sidebar menu button. I'll be using as child, and let's drop this link. Okay. So when I click here, okay, we made a mistake because this is see all products. It has to be this component. So let's change here. And move this menu item right over this item. And it's going to be see all products. And here is going to be products. And we can use our icon here. Okay, this is our products page. And when I click here, it's going to open our component. We can also add here add category button. Let's create one more item. And it's going to be add category. Again, later we are going to change our sheet content. Okay. Let's do the same thing for the others. I'm going to add one more group. We don't need this category item. And here is going to be users. Here is going to be add user. And I'm going to change this icon. It's going to be the user icon from Lucid React. Okay, when I click, it's going to open the users page. And when I click here, we are going to see our component. Let's do one more, and it's going to be our payments. Let's say orders, payments, add order. We are going to see all our orders. Actually, let's say transactions. And I'm going to change this icon, and it's going to be shopping basket. Let's change here. Okay. We can get rid of those items. We don't need them. It was just an example. Here and nested. Sidebar group. I'm gonna delete. Okay, this is what we want. Right now we can take care of our forms. Let's start with the order. Let's remember again how we are doing this. Edit user component. We have here our form. Again, we are going to be using use form hook, and we are going to validate our fields using Zot. And inside the sheet content, we are going to have the title, and in the description, we are going to create a form and our form fields. So let's copy this file and paste and change the name. I'll say add order. I'm going to change the name. Add order. I'll close my menu. And let's change our type. We can add here a price. It's going to be a number. Let's say minimum 1. And change our warning. Price must be at least 1. And let's delete this. Here is going to be the user ID, minimum 1. It's going to be user ID is required. Let's delete here. And the status. We have a couple of options, so we can use enum. And inside, it can be pending, processing, success, and failed. Okay, we don't have any default values, so we can get rid of this. I'll say add order. Let's change the names. Here is gonna be price. The label will be price. Enter the price of the order. Actually, let's say amount instead of price, because it's an order, not the product price. I'm going to change here. Enter the amount of the order. And here is going to be user ID. Enter the user ID. And for the status, we can use a select. So let's say status, the label, and for the form control, we are going to be using a select, the select trigger, So the default value will be select a status. And after the trigger, we can create our select content and our options. So I will say select item. It's going to be pending. The value will be pending and the others. Okay, let's change here. Enter the status of the order. Let's get rid of them. We don't need the address and the city. Okay, right now we can use our component in the sidebar. When we trigger, it's going to open our add order component. Let's try. I'll click and it's here. Okay. Let's do the same thing for the user. It's going to be easier because we have exactly the same fields: name, email, phone, address, and city. So let's open our sidebar. Copy this component and paste. Change the name, add user. Change the component name. And this time, we are not going to need any default values because we are creating a new user. I'll say add user, and that's all. Let's add it to our sidebar. Here, when we trigger, it's going to open our component. Just like that. Let's create two more. The category will be really easy. We are going to have only one field. So I'm going to come back. Copy this one. Change the name. Add category. I'll change the title. And we are just going to have the name. Minimum 1. Name is required. Let's delete this and the others. We don't need any select. I'm going to change the component name, add category. And here is going to be name. And her category name. Let's delete the others and use it inside the sidebar. Okay, awesome. And finally, add product. It's going to be a little bit complicated because remember, for each product, we are going to have different images. So when we add a new color, we also have to add a new image. So let's come back, do the same thing. Here is going to be add product. Change the name and the title. And let's change this type. I'm going to close the menu. And firstly, we are going to have the name, the product name, and it's going to be required. Product name is required. Let's delete this. Here is going to be short description. Again, minimum 1. Of course, you can add different requirements, but we can just add minimum 1. We can say maximum 60, for example. Let's give a comma here. And here is going to be description. Again, string, minimum 1. You can write any message you want. We'll have the price. It's going to be a number. Again, it's going to be minimum 1. Price is required. And we also need a category. Of course, we don't have the database. We cannot fetch the categories. For now, for the design purpose, let's create here some categories. Just like that. And we are going to be using enum. And the category should be one of them. So we are going to pass this array here. I will do the same thing for the sizes and the colors. Let me copy and paste. As you can see, we have some main colors and the sizes. For the clothes, we are going to be using these ones. For the shoes, we are going to be using these ones. I don't know the USA versions, so you can change as you wish. So I will say sizes. Remember, it's an array, and this array should include one of these items. So I'm going to be using enum again and pass my size list. I can do the same thing for the colors. I'll add here a comma. And finally, images. Remember, it's a record, and the key of this record should include one of these colors inside this list. So I'm going to be using enum again. Pass here colors, and the value can be anything, any string. So I'm going to be using z.string. Okay, this is our schema. Let's change our form. Here is going to be name, the product name, enter the name of the product. Here is going to be short description. Let's actually use exactly the same thing. Enter the short description of the product. Here is going to be description. But for the description, we shouldn't use input because it can be long. So we are going to be using a text area. But before, let's change here description and this label. And let's use Shadcn and text area. Okay, it's not coming because we didn't install yet. Let's see. I'm going to search for text area. As you can see, this is how it looks. We can enter our description. And let's install. I'm going to open a new terminal and install text area. Right now, I can import from UI and text area. We are going to have a price. Price, the label. If you want to, you can give here number. We are going to validate, but anyway, it can stay. Here is going to be category. Remember, we have a list here. We can use them. That means we can use a select. It's gonna be category, the label, and instead of input, I'm gonna create a select quickly. Remember how we are using this. Select trigger, inside select value, we can give a placeholder, and let's say select a category. After this trigger, we can write our content, and we can map through our list. Categories.map. For each category inside, we are going to return select item. I'm going to give a unique key here. It's going to be category, and the value will be category again. Of course, we use cat, and inside the name of the category. Let's see. Okay, it's still the user. Let's add it to our sidebar. Here, I'll say add product. So we don't need the edit user component. By the way, we can delete unused items here. And edit user. Okay. I will click and they are here. And right now we can show our sizes. To do that, we are going to be using checkbox. Let's open our form component again. I'm going to create a new field before this button. It's going to be sizes. Select the available sizes. Let's delete this input. Firstly, I'm going to create a div because we are going to show all our sizes. So we can use flexbox or grid. Let's use grid. We are going to show 3 columns, gap between each item, and I'm going to give margin Y on the top and bottom. Okay, right now we can use our list sizes.map for each size. Again, we are going to return a div, and inside this div, we are going to have a checkbox from UI and checkbox and the name of the size. So let's say label. I'll say size. In this case, we can give an ID here. It should be exactly the same. And the name of the size. Let's try. Okay. Of course, we forgot the unique key. And also, I'm going to give space between them. We are going to change some styles here. I will say the unique key will be size. For the class name, let's give a gap between them. Flex, item center, and gap between items will be 2. Okay. Maybe they can be smaller. Text will be X small. Okay, it's much better. And right now we are going to handle the check functionality. Basically, when we click on any of these boxes, we are going to add this item into our sizes array here. But if I click again, this time we are going to remove that item from this array. To do that, we are going to be using filter, of course. Let's see how to do that. I'm going to come here. Firstly, we are going to check if it's already checked or not. To do that, we are going to be using the field, comes from here, and if it's value, which is our array, and we are going to check if it includes our size or not. And also we are gonna write the check functionality on checked change, and we are gonna use this value. If it's not checked, we are gonna add it to our array. If it's checked and we click again, we are gonna filter our array. So I'm gonna be using checked. I'll say const current values. We are gonna get this from our value, which is our array. If it doesn't exist, it's gonna be an empty array. And I'm gonna write my condition. I'll say if it's checked, field.onChange, and we are gonna update our array. We are gonna get all the current values, but also we are gonna add our size. If it's not, again, field.onChange, and this time we are gonna get our array and filter our data. We will check every single values, and it shouldn't be this size. So it's gonna remove this item and keep the others. Okay. And let's do the same thing for the colors. So I'm gonna copy this form field and paste here. It's gonna be colors, colors, select the available colors, I'm gonna change here colors array, color, just like that. And now for the label, we are gonna write the name of the color, but also I want to show the colors. Let's create a div. It can be self-closed because we are just gonna give a background color. Let's give a size. It's gonna be really small. Rounded will be full. And I'm gonna give inner style, and the background color will be the color. But as you can see, I cannot scroll here. To prevent this, we are gonna be using scroll area component. Just like that. And only thing we should do is use this component and give it a size. Let's do that. I'm gonna scroll up. After this content, I'm gonna be using scroll area. Let's import from UI scroll area, and I'm gonna give my size, and it's gonna be full height. Let's wrap our content. And now, if I click, I can scroll down. Okay, as you can see, they are vertical. Let's change. For this label, I'll say flags item center, and gap between each item will be 2. Okay, we can choose colors, but as I said, when we add a new color, we should also upload an image. So as soon as we select any color here, we can show another field that we can upload an image for this color. Let's do that. So I'm gonna wrap entire div here with a parent div. Let's say flags, flags column, and gap between items. Or we can directly use space Y. So it's gonna separate all our items inside. And I'm gonna wrap this div. Just like that. And after this checkbox container, I'm gonna write a condition. I'll say if field value, and if it's not empty, if its length is bigger than 0, we can show another field here, and we'll be able to upload an image for selected item. So I'm going to create a div, let's say a p tag, upload images for selected colors. And after that, we can map through our list, field.value, and map. And for each color inside, we are going to return a div. Let's give a unique key, which is the color. And inside, we are going to show our color, its name, and also we are going to add a file input. So let's get them. I'll say span, wrap this text, and also the file input. Its type will be file, so we can choose our images, and I'm going to accept only images, not other file types. Just like that. And let's see. For example, I'm going to choose this color, and as you can see, for blue, we can choose any file. Okay. And if I choose another one, for purple, for white, so for each item, we have to choose an image. But let's change the style. Firstly, I'm going to give here a space and give a space between each item. So I'll say margin top and space Y. Again, for this text will be small and the font will be medium. Let's separate our items here. Flex, item center, and the gap between items will be 2. What about this text? It's too big. Text will be small. Okay. But if the text is longer, it creates some inconsistency. To prevent this, we can give a minimum width. Let's say 60 pixels. Okay, awesome. It looks pretty nice. All these fields, sizes, colors. If you want to, you can give more space between them, but for me, it's acceptable. If I delete any of these, we are going to have only blue and purple. We have the categories and other details. Okay, right now we have everything to get started. We can create our database, we can handle the backend, but I haven't decided yet which backend technologies should I use. So I'm going to be waiting your comments. I'm going to read them and start the second part as soon as possible. So that's all for now. I hope you liked it. As always, if you learned something new today, please like the video. Don't forget to follow Lama Dev's social media accounts. You can support the channel by using the link in the description or by joining the channel. I hope I'll see you in the next tutorial. Goodbye.